Hello and wait, what's all this? What's this? Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today we are going to be continuing in Realms of Exether, which is a fantasy overhaul mod. I rather like it because it introduces multi-kind of track economics, where you can do stuff through either industry or magic, and this really leads kind of to some of the downstream specialization in this mod being quite a bit different, where we are, for example, specializing more in magic. Let's find some of these buildings so we can talk about it, where there's multi-tracks for inputs on a lot of things, and we have chosen wish stones and gizmos as our means of kind of going into stuff. So you can see there are magical assemblers versus other stuff, and these require gizmos. Gizmos are produced using wish stones. Let's see if we can find one that's a little bit more... There are some PMs that are a little bit more direct in terms of the trade-off between the two. Here's the gizmo workshops that we have. We are going to want to produce more of those, but you could see that one of their inputs is wish stones. This is kind of the main or beginning level magical kind of input. I don't think we have I think we are just starting to get God's Blood in here. But I think that, okay, this is going to be the tumblers or something. Yeah, so this is almost an even trade-off, if I recall correctly. Tools base price of 40, Gizmo's base price is a bit more expensive, and I think they come out to being a very similar price. See, Gizmo's will have base price of 60, and so this is going to have an output cost of, what is this, 300, and an input cost reduction of... What is tools exactly at base price? It's 40, right? So if that's a base price of 40, so we're going to reduce by 400 and then increase by 300. Yeah, this is actually just net positive. There are some PMs that are not net positive, though, and instead just kind of shift stuff from tools to gizmos. We'll maybe get to see some of them, but this is an example of how we get to specialize in a different sort of track with a different sort of economy. In our case, we are going for magic, and I really do think that some of the company's changes really makes this a lot more interesting. So let's take a quick look at companies. Ooh, actually, let's upgrade some of this. One thing about this mod that is a little bit on the rough side is that there's so many different building types that there's a lot of clicking in terms of swapping over PMs. There's two different types of railways. This is maybe another good example here, where we have this Argentum rail, which uses inputs of cloud silver and some of this stuff, which is more magically oriented, the Thalmal cores, if I recall correctly. And then in different areas, they will use different types of railways, the iron spine rails. And this is informed by, some of the territory you have. So you can see that where we are sitting on kind of the magical rail area, but industrial rails would be like over here. And so what your start is also going to inform kind of like what you end up going with. I think that's always just net positive for that one. But this is one of the features of this mod I rather like, or one of the like emergent effects is that you get different looking economies and different looks in terms of specialization. Hey MTEP, how's it going? Hey Sync. Hey Yankees fan. I love this mod. I do too. I thought everything in Vic 3 was magic. That's just the feelings we feel. We do have a little bit of infamy, but not a lot. How are armies teleporting if not by magic? Exactly. I think that we wanted to fight Thral, or we actually lost in a fight with Thral somewhat recently. And this is a proper ELVEN clay that we do want to take back. They're rank 9 great power. We are rank 1 great power. We have a lot of battalions at this point, so maybe we can go for them. We cannot engage in a Diplo demand. Are we truced up? We are truced with 10 weeks to spare. Okay, so I guess that is where we are going to be going into. If you go to the Artificer Guild, you get access to the magic labor-saving PMs. Artificer Guild we have to go? Oh, that's interesting. So currently, we have Arcane... No. Yeah, we have Arcane Learning. Which I thought was going to be the more magic-oriented one. I guess this one is just for tech speed. Maybe we will go Artificer Guilds then. That kind of changes things up because Artificer Guilds... well, they do give throughput too on Magic Industries. I didn't even notice that. Shoot, that affected our company decision where we chose not to do a particular company because of that. Which company did we... There was a company that required Artificer Guilds that we went. I'm not entirely sure if this Wishstone company is like the answer or where we want to be. I do like that all the metals are on one company. That kind of just makes things more straightforward. This is a company that is unique to our area. And so we did go for this, where we're going to hit all the consumer goods, and we're going to have a prestige porcelain. I think we do have to fill up our queue a little bit. We'll make sure we have produced observatories everywhere. These places aren't incorporated yet, though, if I recall correctly. Or some of them aren't. But observatories are just so good. They give you so much tech spread, so let's just slap them all in. And then let's look to solve some infrastructure problems. Sort by domestic. Just kidding. Bueller? Ah, this is iron spine rails, which we can't even build around here. Let's go for that. I think that incorporation should be kind of quick. Where the elves at? Where the elves? Where the elves? Where the elves at? As they say. Hey Mercy, how's it going? Can you act slavery and attack Thral? Enslave the Thiralese? We can attack Thral. This is the plan. We do unlock some new PMs, and maybe these new PMs are actually just better for illustrating what we wanted to show. So let's go sewing machines, and then here... so this is also an example. So we're not going to use mechanized looms over magical looms, really. I don't think we're running a shortage of gizmos anymore, but I don't think we need the labor-saving PMs yet. We're going to choose to go mecha magic workshops, though, instead of regular workshops, and so you can see that the PM is going to matter here. Or the PM is, like, they're roughly speaking, we're not going to do the math on it, but they're roughly speaking going to be just as good as each other. The gizmos are more expensive than tools, but you can see there's more output, which we would actually rather have that, so maybe magic's even better than this foul abomination of the non-magic people. Let's do that too. A lot of clicking, though. I suppose it's only clicking at one time. The amount of time you spend clicking isn't that long, but when you do spend time clicking, you spend a lot of time clicking. You know what I mean? So maybe this is something that should be considered. I don't think we're going to use labor-saving PMs yet. I don't think we're really out of workers. How much... We don't have that many peasants. But let's see about attacking Thral. We do want to transfer over. We could also just annex this. I think we want them as a subject, though. An agitator approaches. He wants to support this bad movement. We can imprison him. Reactionary movement is being annoying. There's 5 weeks left here. Base game is also too much clicking. This is more than base game. So, if you don't like the amount of clicking in the base game... It's... I think it's not too many clicks overall. The problem is you're just like, all the clicks are happening at once. That's kind of how I think of it. We're just sorting by peasants and then looking to add a little bit of logging. Logging's really strong for de-peasanting. We maybe want to turn up some of these PMs though. Get a little bit of an Ocean Shimmer Treaty. Investment rights, trade privileges both ways with the Emerald League. I think we'll just accept. Sometimes they propose stuff that they wouldn't even accept, which makes clicking negotiate a little bit risky, which is maybe the way it should be. It says ow, in response to the notion that he might have to click more. True. We expect some of our treaties to get cancelled. We started this game on 1.9.5, and now we're on 1.9.6. Treaties are evaluated a little bit differently, so... Alright, so now we can declare on them. They humiliated us before. Will not be humiliated again. Who's likely to join against us, though? This is kind of why we got clapped the first time. Well, a chatter told us, a little birdie told us last time, and this is our excuse and we're sticking to it, that we could overcome a very much larger army just because we could use more magic people than they could. And then that was not the case. I think we're okay if we roll this 10% transfer. We don't. We've also added a lot of actual just military, so... 75. This is too many support units, yikes. Let's see where we have a lot of peasants. We'll add 10 boyos there, which will give some nice amounts to the queue. And then we'll go back to clicking. What PM did we just got boom booms, right? Let's do precision tools on all of them. So there's the boom booms. Which we haven't taken a look at the PM actually for this mod. Looks like it's just the regular one, so we care about having it in place where we have sulfur. Maybe we set up some auto expands for these, because we don't have those going yet. I really love though that shortages tend to get resolved if you have a lot of trade, or shortages just, yeah, tend to get resolved if you have a lot of trade. So we have here, I think that this is already incorporated, so let's get up some auto expands going here with kind of the sulfur oriented stuff. We're already auto expanding. We thought ahead. We used our dipstick, Jimmy. Okay, what tech would we like now? We do have God's Blood. We haven't discovered any yet. This is kind of a big deal. Cloud collectors. Wait, what? This produces cloud silver? Power plants. Are they buffed? In the mod? No, they're not buffed in the mod. No! It looks like in the mod, though, that this is perhaps a little bit better. If it's commensurate to normal electricity. Base electricity PM is only plus 25 per level in vanilla, but now it only costs 400 construction. Thalmic engines. Those are the magic engines. Nimbium would give us more construction here. Shift work, kind of leaning towards that. Kind of leaning towards rubber as well. We could go dynamite. Oh, looks like we were messing about here already. What was our plan? What was our strategy? Girl, what were we thinking? Extra magic would be nice. We could go civilizing mission. Wait, civilizing mission's tier 2. Oh yeah, let's just go civilizing mission here then. Extra or less infamy generation. We need to make more anime. This is true. I've started incorporating trade centers in your game start construction loop. They're great for keeping iron under control. I feel the exact same way. Which, like, I mean, on a per construction basis, what they do to the price of iron is just way more efficient. And also, if your iron gets to plus 75, they're also going to be insanely profitable. The thing is eventually you kind of soak up the excess iron, to some extent, depending on how big you are. That's available in the world market, at which point it, like, stops being so good. They don't produce pollution, though, and Veil Disruption isn't finished, doesn't do so much. Okay. Your cat likes my voice? Meow! Meow! I speak the language of your people. Meow! Meow! Meow. I think that's our capital there. Hey! I always, like, have trouble, like, pronouncing your name. Fulmicatone. What do you think of the new EU5 inspired control mechanic added to PV Project Variety, the mod for Victoria 3? I haven't taken too close a look at how it's working in terms of mechanics. It, like, rewards your entire nation for how little you expand out, right? So it's not targeted on states. I was planning on taking a closer look at it when we got, because I think we're gonna play that mod probably pretty soon here, and I was planning on taking a closer look at it then. But we probably are gonna need to mobilize everyone, huh? Thank you so much for the $10, Yankees fan. Big nice. Pour one out for Big Daddy. Paradox couldn't handle how much fun he was. Yeah, for those of you who don't know Telodros, that is the unique character you would get in Ethiopia in vanilla, used to give plus 30 offense, and he was nerfed to just give plus 5 offense, plus 5 defense. And I'm really sad about that, because I thought that okay... I thought that was something that was really fun and unique, but, like, obviously, I understand it. It's not like that. It doesn't make that much sense as a simulation. I definitely get it, but I'm a little disappointed about it. I really liked it. So... Imperial. War goals, what do you want? Oh, we already put humiliation in. We can still sway with humiliation, though. How big is our potential ally here? He's kind of big. Aridor is huge, though. This is getting out of control. Arms industries are really broken. I tried today. Tried specializing in arms. Do we want to put things on Aridor? Let's do it. But now I think that we don't have a big enough army to do kind of what we want. Not sure we're strong enough to stand against the strength of both Isengard and Mordor here. I feel like we should be strong enough because we added a lot of territory. Maybe we just didn't add a lot of troops. We added like a lot of troop potentials though. I mean, it still shows a huge advantage on the front. Oh, but 763 battalions? Yikes. Well, we won't put anything in on Imperial, so eventually they'll decay out. They want stuff on us that requires them taking our territory, but maybe this was all a huge mistake. Can we not liberate these guys? I don't think we really want to go to a super high infamy level, but we could take something more. I think we'll keep it in our pants for now. Do we have a big enough navy to land some of these guys? We do. We have a big enough navy to land with these guys. Let's actually... do this so that they stay the correct size. And we'll do some of that. Specialize in arms industries, get law commitments from other countries to spark revolutions, profit. That does sound like a good strategy. Why is it okay that my high SOL people, and all of them buy prestige goods, arms, and it just generates free money? Oh yeah, the prestige, it's... Prestige small arms, so small arms is the most efficient per construction manufacturing industry in the game. And so the fact that you can force more pops to consume more of it means you can build more of it, which is, yeah, definitely a good thing. And easy to export, yeah, this makes sense. God, they actually just full mobilized here. Oh, that's why we couldn't release the other guy. Alright, fair. That makes sense. Well, this is going to be a painful war, I think. Not them, too. Wow, just actual everyone siding against us. This wasn't what it looked like in the predictor. The predictor doesn't take into account this. That you'll go to a new infamy level, unfortunately. Well, we didn't get, like, Ravik siding against us, so this is, at least something. Looks like we do have a prestige good coming in soon. Aridor has a navy that is big enough to stop us, but I don't think we've seen any of Thral's navy. In theory, we might actually want to get rid of that guy because we want a different trade unionist in charge, but I think that we're not going to go that deep in the tank. We kind of want to promote the trade union, so let's do that. You remember a 50-50 infantry mage army? Arty is only worth it if you can max the mage bonus in combat. That certainly makes sense to me, but at this point, we're not going to undo the artillery stuff. Just on the stats basis, artillery is better. But yeah, in theory, we would want to... Well, actually, in theory, you would want a really huge army with enough arty to max roll, like, a single pushing army. Like, I don't know if that's like 100 artillery, but you want artillery entirely on your offense, and then once you have enough to support that, then you would want entirely Magi. Although I think the artillery die out, so maybe that doesn't quite work. I think we have just one pushing army, or we have just one army pushing. We have 2 armies pushing, but not a whole ton pushing. Can we make ammo? Or have we made a horrible mistake where we're reliant on trade for ammo? We are reliant on trade for ammo. This is gonna be too late to the party, but we're gonna do it anyways. I think it's gonna be too late. And we still show a really strong advantage on the front, but that doesn't necessarily mean we win fights. Lord of War, Vicky? It's Warlord. I think you mean Warlord. Is Veiled Disruption something you need to look out for? I'm not entirely sure. I think we actually kind of like it. Or we get negative events, but it allows us to do more stuff. Did you read where the prestige good for armies are generating? Up to 15% offense and defense and 25% morale? Yeah. Is that proportional to their input, though? We get wish stones that we're starting to produce a prestige good for. Oh, let's actually maybe look and see what our mobilization is doing. I don't think we have Kim Salt, but I think we can do... I don't know if we have enough tobacco to make that work. Yeah, it looks like we kind of already thought this through on this stuff. Alright. Oh, we forgot to set up to release one of these guys. That's fine. Not the biggest deal. Where's the capital of Thral? Okay. Let's try to do that. Oh, what's this? A new front is open. Yeah, we don't like that there wasn't a front before and now there's like instantly a front, or we just are blind. We're probably just blind. God, that's kind of frustrating. I think we're just blind. I think we're just blind. God. We're gonna get pushed there. We need to not get pushed there. Oh my god. And they're assigning more dudes to it. Man, I think... This front's actually how we lost the war last time. I had just forgotten that it was there. Alright, but we should be in okay shape there. And we just have one guy pushing, so it's going to be relatively slow. We do not have magic... Or wait... That's our ally. We have magic superiority here. Perfect. Which is a mechanic for this mod. Which, will it show us what we're getting? Gives 8% magic support to the combat ability. So I'm guessing we have mostly infantry, but even still we have a reasonably high offense here. So 0.8%. So plus 24% on the combat ability. Let's hover population. Fire shill is a good amount. Let's come into here. Let's see what this does in terms of allowing us to get more guys. Yeah, perfect. So, we should be getting more guys coming up. It looks like we are defending currently. And we have a landing coming through. Hopefully we aren't getting landed. I don't know where this guy's headed. Okay, it looks like we're fine. Visually, the landings are kind of funky in vanilla, and I can only imagine with a custom map that they'd be even funkier. Company bonus 5%. I think France, you could have 150 offense, super late game. That's super good for multiplayer. Multiplayer is all about getting like the really, really big stat line. Are you gonna do a collaboration with CG Plays on Risk? I haven't been contacted about anything to do with Risk at any point, really. Looks like we are slowly pushing here. This is concerning to me. I don't think we have the arms for this. How are we doing here? I mean, we should be getting a better and better ratio here. Looks like we are trying to push them. Looks like we do have more offense despite blundering. We do have a little... They have magical superiority, so... Looks like we may be pushing them here. And we are recruiting up some magical superiority. Add and make that a 20 stack of the infantry portion. Okay. Do we get in? Ah, yes, the landing takes time now. Okay, so we have assigned. Looks like they have no one assigned. We don't see them shuffling around anything. But do we just lose the battle in the water? Oh, they're just visually not there when they're there. It looks like we probably can't manage this. We have a 30 stack and we have fewer heavy ships. Not a ton fewer, but we do have fewer heavies. Maybe just try and preserve our navy. I don't think we get to push until after we resolve these battles. I don't know why we only have 10 going in. Is this asymmetric for player? Wait a second. No, we only have one general here. Or admiral. Okay, well, I think we're gonna assign this guy to the northern area, then, and just look to push the old-fashioned way. I think we already added some gov admins in the other place, so they just need to employ up. Legislative failures, story of our life. Alright, so we are getting a push off now. Not Garibaldi. Generalist is our Garibaldi. Don't ban me, Generalist. Wait, what? No has a chance, basically. Early on. Hey, Genius, how's it going? I think we're in okay shape on this war. I'm just traumatized from losing a war last session. Normally we don't lose wars. I mean, we do have to worry about the economy to some extent. And we are running shortages. It's not tariff import or export of God's blood. I'm not sure how much of it we've discovered. What are we doing here? Getting pushed back. As long as we're not getting occupied, though, it's kind of fine. And they have several people who will decay out of the war before we do. That's not good for us. It looks like they are... Ooh, they're starting to get more and more guys on the front, I think, as they are conscripting up. Just looking where we have a lot of pops, because we'll have a lot of potential conscripts there. Without trying to be too precise with it. Also conscript up faster. Trying to maintain an advantage on that front as well. Hands falling asleep, I don't know why. Maybe something to do with me working out yesterday? I don't know. We are getting a push off there. I don't think we just enforce on Aridor, but I think eventually, long term, we want them as an enemy. So might as well get a little bit more decay for our infamy while we're at it. Because we're floating more Diplo. I think maybe we're okay with just those two for now. Boy, are we pushing, despite not having a huge advantage. Where's the Aridorian capital? It's pretty far out. Let's set as a strategic objective the Thiralian capital here. That's not what we want. Or, well, we could set them to push like that. So we're about to finish occupying that, maybe, if we're lucky. And... okay. We can't assign it through subjects, unfortunately. We're improving relations with a lot of these cats. They didn't really like our big war. We did get a big relations hit. Oh, they just had 90 in reserve somewhere? Jesus. I mean... let's set one of these guys at least to defense. Actually, if they don't have, like, offensive planner or something, let's keep them all at defense. Let's do this. Let's look to do low and slow. We don't need to push on Aridor. It's just kind of nice that we are. I'm not sure if we even get to keep pushing them. We should be having... yeah. Oh, they just had so much in reserve, what gives? Oh, this war looks so much more winnable when we declared it and we didn't have predictions for a lot of people to join against us, but it's because it's such a high infamy war that this happened. Maybe we don't even want to be pushing at all. We probably have to decide how much we want to scrape the bottom of the barrel here, right now. I'm not sure we could afford an extended war with more conscript edicts, though. Like, I'm not sure we have more long-term power that way, or less. Alright, this is them pushing into us. How are we beating them? Why do they only roll 5k as an advance? Weird. Let's just all defend front, though. As long as we're making progress here, we can, in theory... we're not making progress anymore. I mean, we almost have percussion cap research, though. So we are getting penalties on ammunition, we'll get rid of those once we get that. But we're also not constructing. Some qualifications there, we got some there, we got some there. Okay, we actually do keep getting pushing off. Legitimacy is bad. We don't have a reform. That makes sense. We would have to reduce taxes. Let's raise taxes. Give us more time. Is our army pleased with us right now? They are. We are getting offense, defense. We could try and make them powerful. A lot of recruiting and promoting to do that, but that is a tool. Wow, they really just added on a lot of units. So now it's a base race again. This is how we lost before. Getting ready for producing some of the ammo. I mean, this is promising that we're pushing them back. We do not have magic superiority here. Maybe the biggest issue. feel like previous version of Realms of Exether runs that you run out of pops so much faster, but the vanilla patch really helped out so much. Oh, the pop growth change, where you get a lot more pop growth under 15 SOL. You really couldn't start any big wars until you get enough migration as Tafarat. Well, we've started 2 big wars, and so far it seems like we're getting punished for it, so maybe you still can't start them. I think it's a skill issue, though. Well, I think that we shouldn't have started this war. However this plays out, I think this is kind of a little bit on the costly side, but we're at least going to resolve this ammo shortage. Oh, that's fantastic. I didn't realize that they were ticking out that fast. I guess they have a lot of casualties. It's based on casualties, or it's based on... a big portion of your negative tick is based on casualties, which is proportionate to how much you have mobilized. So if half your mobilized force dies, you'll get a lot faster a tick. But that is going to help out. That Imperial's out. And we will also get that in, so we can try and resolve this shortage. Which is definitely something we should have done before we started this war. Are we... I hope to God we're not tariffing ammo. We could subvention ammo to make sure that we get this, but we don't really want to... We don't want to forget what we've done. Yeah, we're not tariffing it. Ammo's just, the margins are too bad. Because the base PM for ammo is really bad. And so, where ammo is cheap, it's really not that cheap. That should help. Actually, where do we have... We want to build where we have sulfur. And I do think we maybe want more ammo, so... I'm not sure we have good construction speed there, but we'll throw those in as well. And yeah, we have a shortage on explosives, but we're resolving that. Authorial intent. Who cares about intent? That's not what the meaning of the text is. It's how it's interpreted. It's elfin time, yeah. Cultural casualties are the main primary culture. Oh. Yeah. This is something that is... Was this 1.8 this was introduced? Where they care about the culture more of the casualties? It might have been earlier. I don't think it's as big a driver as just the total casualties, though. Like, total casualties, I think, is one of the bigger ones. Oh, we're getting pushed again. Not like this. Actual, not like this. Jesus. Yeah, just a 280 stack on our doorstep, man. Sometimes it does matter, though. That's fair. So many observatories. Yeah, the observatories are really strong. They give you, like, the equivalent of 5 universities or something with a similar upkeep cost. Where 94, they fall a big nice. Yeah, we're hopefully going to get a little bit more magic people on this front. Whoa. this. That's that's timely. Actually, I don't. Let's check and see if we have tobacco in our market. We do. We don't necessarily want to promote its consumption, but... I don't think we have much Kim salt, but... We don't like making tobacco profitable because it's not as... It's kind of like an inferior industry, but... It's maybe necessary here. Yeah, we should have had no Wargles in on Thral. Or sorry, Aridor. This liberate Clearborough estates is a mistake. Although if we do occupy enough of it, it's gonna be fine. Once we get the occupation here, we can shift our strategic objective to the capital, I think. Do we have full occupation? No, just almost full occupation. What are we doing here? A bit more defense. Getting a little more troops on the defend. And this is without our ammo yet finishing. We have another 16 weeks and then our ammo shortage will be gone. No, don't add 28 guys to the front. What the hell? We should have done this at the start. Well, it looks like we're winning this battle. So if we can hold up there, then we're fine. That's another boy out. Scrap the bill. Alright. How to make a more legitimate government? We can't. We have to lower taxes by 2 notches, but we're like, we have the impending doom upcoming there. I mean, we can delete down some construction, I suppose. Just a little bit. Get a little bit more comfortable in terms of our numbers. Are we winning, Dad? We're barely winning. It's uncertain. What is this about? We'll stay out of that. That is our allies, so that's not ideal. Looks like we pushed through here despite... Yeah, just because we have more dudes. Which should be an occupation. Oh, we already have that. So... Push the capital, please. Yeah, unfortunately, we should not have put a war goal in on this guy. They're pretty close to white peace. I don't think we want that. Well, obviously we want to enforce our war goal, so... Ammos are about to finish, so we're gonna get rid of that shortage. Oops, didn't notice those. How are we doing on ammo then? We're almost out of a shortage. I think they just have to recruit up a little bit. Fortunately, shortage of explosives does make the ammo a little bit rougher. Just had a couple ammos finish. Surely they get more than this. Oh, is it as we're just getting more? No, we're improving a little bit. So just one more day of recruitment. Okay, the shortage is gone. Or it'll persist for a little while, I think, and then, yeah. Okay, perfect. Oh, and we only have 2 states we need to push through here. Nice. Let's do something like that. 53 defense, nice. White peace would be such a loss here. Yeah, it's exactly like, yeah, it is exactly like last time. Except we have a much bigger... Well, Ravik didn't join against us. So, it's less of a base race. It feels like we actually are defending here. We are on 100% defense. Did they just move some guys off this front to this one? I think we like that. Oh, but now we're not... Why do you have so much defense? What the frick? What is this? Wait, well, actually, why do you have so much defense? We don't like having only 30 on offense, so I guess we'll cool our jets a little bit. Our subjects may be borrowing too much of our troops. I don't know if just occupying this is enough to enforce on the Thral, or sorry, Aridor is the thing. Because we do have this war goal on Aridor for liberate this. I think it might be enough. In which case, if we enforce on Aridor, we get the whole shebang, so... This looks a little bit better. I think we were trying to do this organically, so we'll continue to do that. We just went out of our way to get some colonization going. I think we want more magic, or we want maybe corporatism. Shifting another 25k back there. I don't know if we like that. Suppose if we get to push... Actually, we love if they just keep shuffling them back and forth. That's actually fantastic if that's what they're gonna do. That's how we win. Feels like we're colonizing so slow. Could add more health system here. Don't hate it. I think we have our stuff covered from... No. But these guys aren't deploying up, so we're just gonna add one at the back of the queue for them. Let's do that, maybe? So we can increase institutions. I think this is us on the left. This is subject. There's actually a lot of interest in this mod, so that'll actually help our trade quite a bit, I think. Generally pretty quick on the mandate, considering how few guys we have. Why are we ticking them down at this point? We don't have this fully occupied. I'm a little confused. Oh, because this is a secondary war goal? Oh, yeah, it is. We have all the war goals that we need on Thral, just not on Aridor. So now we're taking them. Because we didn't have anything that requires controlling cap. This works for us, I think. If we don't enforce this liberate, that's not a big deal. That would be the concern here. Is it looks like if we finish the war with Thral, and then Aridor doesn't have any war goals on us, which I think they actually do, but if that were the case, then we wouldn't have time to enforce on Aridor. But I think they have a war goal on us. They don't. Maybe we could put Cloud Silver on auto expand or something like this. Keep the queue moving. Yeah, Thrall's almost done here. Well, we're also almost done to some extent. If you roll low manpowered armies, you get severe penalties. No one fights harder than a child before nap time. This is big true. Actually, when I was like in like preschool, I got sent to the principal's office for not napping during nap time. Magic or fascism, a classic dilemma. Why not both? 45k days seems like a reasonable time to colonize a single tile. Yeah. I love fantasy nations that are completely encircled by mountain ranges like Hungary and Bohemia. This is actually super interesting in EU5, where this is like a very substantive, in my opinion, like reason why Bohemia might be like worse than Brandenburg. It's probably not, because Bohemia is just like so much stronger, but it's like an interesting question to think through, I think. Do you guys accept this? No, you don't. This is just this super long drag-out affair. Okay, now we should crush, because Aridor, I think, is stronger than Thral. And these guys just... What is this? What is this? There we go. Amazing. Let's get rid of these. Let's not forget for forever. Let's do something like this. So the economy is kind of recovering. I think we're gonna put auto expand on logging camps. We're just gonna make sure we have like one everywhere. It's kind of the classic to logging camps are just so good, and this allows you to not need to micromanage the queue as hard without it being terrible. It's not like optimal, but it's often how we approach this to try and keep things going. So we don't need to pause to fill the queue as often. Oh, what's this? That releases all of them? Oh. Oh, that's so significant. I didn't realize all these guys were subjects of this guy. That really weakens Aridor then, I assume. Bohemia is so OP in Paradox games, you'd think the Czech were conquerors. Though supposedly they did beat all of Europe in a crusade. I mean, they did do a pretty good job, right? I don't know if that seems... I know that, like, looking at them from a long-term perspective in EU5, they don't look that good. Because they're, like, they're actual just surrounded by, like, double thick layers of mountains. So you're not pushing any control, like, past that, like, where you start, but... Yeah, Fulham, you got it exactly. It's, like, not just one mountain. If it was one mountain, it wouldn't be an issue. Maybe we could take a quick look at that. On the Tinto maps. Oh no. So, what we're talking about here is that, I think this is Boho. This is showing provinces. I think this is the provincial view. But we need to take a look at the terrain map mode. So, Continental's fine. But here's the issue. Is like, this is just super thick, like multiple locations thick of hills. So it's not like you could just put your thing on a capital. And so, also, with the rivers, it is a bit awkward. Like, you can make a South Germany thing work. You know, like having a capital here, pushing along the rivers to all these areas. And you can make North Germany work. In fact, North Germany looks just generally very good in terms of ability to push control, but there's no way to push it from Boho. You have to move cap. And you have to either... Like, I think you're supposed to rat out to Brandenburg in order to make things work. And you can see here, this is Bohemia, right? Flatland with hills all around. And then you also have forests and woods around here too. In particular, forests being really hard to push through. And so it's not just the hills, it's hills plus X. Like, just hills is fine, because that's plus 25% distance cost capital. But hills plus woods, that's plus 50%. Plus forest, that's plus 75%. That starts becoming way too much to overcome, you know, in terms of pushing out. And I mean, I guess you could push out through the things that are maybe one tile thick on the woods. Like, it looks like maybe there's, like, this location here that's one tile thick, it looks like, or one location thick. And, like, I mean, I guess you could kind of push out to this, but overall it seems like it seems rough. Thick tall build, it doesn't matter. Is that possible? You can for a while. So, like, I think boho doesn't fall off for a long while, but just eventually, like, you don't want your capital there. And, like, moving your capital is also, like, you set up everything around your capital, so moving your capital is, like, a huge investment. It's not like, oh, we just pay some mana and we move our capital or something. It's the entire infrastructure we've set up around our capital no longer is useful. Is them not being affected by the Black Death hard-coded in history, or is it random? They're affected by the Black Death. As is Poland. People have complained about that on the forums, that Poland is affected by Black Death. Where's Lamonia, even? Oh. Alright, fair. Alright, we did increase this so we could increase some of our institutions. And I think we're slowly getting escaping from a negative balance. We're still illegitimate. Is there a way for us to solve this? Okay, this does solve it. Just barely. Yeah, because we ran taxes down a notch. Plutocracy? We want corporatist state anyways. We could go census suffrage. We're having huge legitimacy problems, so I'm actually super for that. Let's do it. And then let's check for PMs we have not yet swapped over on. I think maybe we could swap these to magic looms at this point. We'll give a tiny bit of extra throughput because we do have a prestige good for that. We should have had those guys on general training this entire time. Terrible. It actually made a big difference, I think. Large scale iron production. How does this PM work exactly? Okay, yeah. It just decreases the amount of fish you're making. Cool, cool, cool. I think this is the capital. We're having pop problems. do some of that action too. Yeah, neither Boho or Poland should get affected that much by it. Yeah, this was an extensive discussion that was happened on the forums, and the overall like dev decision was we're gonna make them get hit by it anyways, because it, like, from a game mechanics perspective, it would feel really contrived if Poland just got 0 hit, and they don't have a really good way of making it making a mechanic such that anyone can use it. That would benefit Poland to not get hit, that it just wouldn't get abused by players and trivialize the Black Death. Are power plants worth it in your opinion now that the construction cost has been halved? Absolutely, yeah. The math on it is such that it's better than just like it's really like a kind of black and white. You either pass the threshold or you don't, where it's not worth turning on the PMs versus it's worth turning on the PMs, and if it's worth turning on the PMs, which it is, then electricity is worth going for. Like, it's better to turn on the clothing PM for electricity than it is to just keep building more clothing. Like, it's worth it to build the power plants. And it's worth it on almost every building on coal-fired. The base PM is still awful, and you probably don't want to use it except for lumber and the urban centers. Lumber and urban centers, it is insane. But if you're not on lumber or urban centers, you wait until coal-fired. But once you have coal-fired, like, it's worth it on every single one of them in terms of the math. I recently got back into Vic 3. I have an issue with the railroads power plants. So right now, 1 billion plus GDP, I either subsidize everything or run in the low end for a mappy death spiral. Any way to handle it? Well, I wouldn't subsidize power plants. I think you do have to subsidize the railroads. So there's probably a little bit too much to unpack there. To like just do in a like... I'd have to take a closer look at your run to see maybe what's exactly amiss. What do we need to colonize these guys? Psionic theory. I think we're researching that now, actually. No, we're not. Let's research that next, then. Well, we still haven't discovered any God's Blood. Is there a way we can get this? Like, from Wales or something? No. I think they might have taken it off the fish and there's like no equivalent of whales. Yeah, these guys give blubber. And these we just don't have any domestic. We have some of these overseas, but... Alright, I think we're looking okay. We could try and make some trade agreements that really benefit us and hurt other people. Or maybe over this treaty? Why can't we colonize here, actually, also? Arcane currents. And celestial permutation. Permeation. Not really seeing that in the near future for us anywhere. I don't know exactly where that tech is. I'm seeing either of them, but I've been known to not have eyes and also not be able to read. I mean, it sounds like it should be a production tech, maybe? Nope. So it's in here somewhere? Bro, where's this tech? Maybe chat knows. Is there any dwarves in the mod? Yes, there's dwarves and dark dwarves. Just get rid of the short kings. I did win. We did win. We won the war. I'm not seeing it anywhere. But we need to colonize this area. I think like this requires like flamethrowers or something. But I'm not seeing what we need to colonize up here. Was it because someone else has the thing? Yeah, we do not have the celestial permeation technology, and arcane currents is another one. Oh, you know what this is? This is a veil integrity needs to come down thing, I think. So veil integrity needs to get lower. So this is a technology that appears as a result of that. Something like that. Are we okay here? I think we're okay here. We'll try and do senseless suffrage into corporatism. Get that additional company. So I guess we need to think about what we want. Where's our Thalmacores is kind of interesting. This requires broken pillar specifically to have Thalmacores. It is our railways. Don't know if we even have access to that industry yet. We do. Let's put this on auto expand. Not sure we're using the PMs on anything, but let's see. This is not generic. Doesn't look too good. It's not generic. I think that, yeah, this is generic construction. Generic boom booms. Yeah, so this is the issue. We wanted... So we were thinking of maybe doing this, actually. We weren't going to go Artificer Guilds, but now we might go Artificer Guilds, and if we go Artificer Guilds, we might do this. kind of into it. We don't have a gizmos factory currently. We don't have anything that gives engines either. But we do want prestige gizmos. In this case, doodads. So I think that actually looks pretty good to us. And then the Thalmacor place that was at the top of this list is maybe interesting to us too. Potion making is also attractive. I think there's a unique potion maker in Aridor we would maybe want to take over rather than making our own. Is this iron? No, it's steel. This is also broken pillar. We already have we would already have a tools company, and we already have an iron company, so this is maybe no good for us. Looks really good in the abstract, though, eh? And prestige tools, I think we're more gizmo-based, so this is not it for us, I don't think. We already have some of the minerals we need. Or we already have a company with all minerals, so that's not really it. This one is intriguing. Ooh, all the different fish things. Is this generic? It is. Is this Kim Salt thing generic? Looks like it is. The iron input, or minus iron input, is kind of an interesting modifier too. What's the add-on here? Steel and shipyards? This is prestige. What is this? Prestige cloth? Elvish silk. Is this generic? Wow. All the inputs for clothing. Ectoplasm prestige good. I don't think we're super ectoplasm heavy. The blubbers may be attractive. Take a look at potential companies here. Am I missing something? I don't think I've scrolled up. You guys are just a little less talkative today. Stonewood. Softwood would prestige softwood would be so incredibly strong if it was in vanilla. I don't think it is. I know they added some more prestige goods. We haven't taken like that close a look at it, but what's this? This is a prestige gizmo. Oh, this is pretty good. Maybe we don't have to go Artificers Guild. If we didn't go Artificers Guild, this actually looks solid. This looks really solid. What is this? It needs to be a Victory's Pearl. Yeah. Classic. Aridor just has the best companies. That's down here. This also looks strong. Wishstone Quarries throughput and Gizmos Workshop throughput. And has prestige gizmos. Kind of on board. The bonus industry wouldn't be useful to us because we have both these Wishstone things. But we were thinking of swapping our Wishstone thing out for a different Wishstone prestige thing. And if we did that, being able to slot in Wishstone Reefs would be useful. These guys are over here somewhere, though. So it's kind of far from where we have stuff. We don't really need iron spine, railway, anything. I really do like how the different railways kind of influence things. This is interesting. So missing lead, missing iron. See, this gives Gizmo's throughput just direct, plus 10%. This is the one we were thinking of, and this one we could add on Wishstone quarries, and we would have crystal orchards, and then we could add in the Wishstone, what is it, other place, if we use that Gizmos thing. God, it sounds, what I'm saying sounds crazy. If we use this, we could add Wishstone reefs. In terms of total, trying to get as much Wishstone coverage as possible, because we want Wishstone and Gizmos, basically. This one's interesting. We don't really have the industries, though. But currently, our Wishstone place that we have slot in, take a look. Almost all of our Wishstone, I think, is not in reefs. But you can see we have quarries, fields, orchards, and reefs. And in that other setup, we would get orchards, quarries. I think an attainable... Yeah, we are liking the look of this to some extent. And this has... Is this fields? No, it's quarries. Fields is the thing that we don't really have. So the question is do we want this? Or the other Gizmos thing? Tools, Gizmos, steel. Plus add in motor or thamacores. I don't think we like that as much as the one that we saw down here. Of course, we don't have access to this one. But instead of steel, we have motors directly, and instead we can also add in Wishstone reefs. But we get Gizmo throughput and Wishstone quarries throughput just direct, which is pretty strong, I think. Whereas this one, the prestige bonus is... I don't even know if we have a very good prestige bonus. I don't think we do here. Production research speed. I mean, that's kind of okay. Artificing, we are going to go artificing either way. Thank you for rewatching your previous tutorial videos. How relevant is the context of 1.3 in Charters of Commerce? Those past 1.8, 1.7. Sorry, I haven't played for a while. They're somewhat relevant. You just have to, like... The thing is, you kind of have to understand that what 1.9 changed, which it made specialization good. So, like... They're overall still applicable, but the problem is like, the very precise level advice is like, a lot of it's no longer applicable. So exactly what you should be doing is not as applicable, but how you should be thinking about things is, if that makes sense. Because, you don't spread stuff out a lot anymore, and build for vertical integration. Instead, you push economies of scale and you just resolve that the issue you have with Mappy through trade, and trade is really powerful. I kind of want the auto queue to pick up the building all these, but they're not very well. We actually could have quite a bit more investment rights agreements, I think. We would really love one with Demonian Empire. That's not too bad. They do care about this. New Demonia. Where is New Demonia? I think we actually do want to colonize that area. We can owe them an obligation. This isn't too big a deal. Are you getting any goods transfers? You would love to receive some engines. Alright. What would you like to send us, sir? Coffee? We're down. Clippers? Sure. Oh my god. The tooltip keeps popping up before we can click, and once the tooltip's up, we can't click. Sure, you do want to send us some of that. Sending us sulfur, I think, would work for us, so... Like, long-term, them actually getting buy orders for sulfur is not something we super enjoy, because sulfur is a really efficient industry, but... Eventually it gets diluted out, right? So it's not too big a deal. Let's do this. Let's check in on our companies as well. How are we doing on the regional HQs? Looks like we have a decent chunk. We have given investment rights. We haven't given investment rights on these guys. I think we might slot these guys out. What industry can we add on? Gizmo workshops. We're gonna add a Gizmo workshop company soon. And I'm not sure we want a regional HQ if we're slotting this out. So... And then the ULOG Authority. I think we wanted to try and see if we could send them as much Kim Salt as possible. Looks like we can't. Oh, but they love eating the luxury clothes. Do we have an ongoing agreement with them? We do not. Want to play Ravik next? Maybe. I don't think this session, though. I think we're going to continue playing the elves. So now we're talking about a somewhat pushed out next, right? Oh, baby. What can we get from them? We can get investment rights. Oh, they really don't want to give us investment rights. Okay. We would love a treaty port on these guys. Oh my god. I do not like that from a UI perspective. So what keeps on... The tooltip pops up on top of, like, the button. Maybe that's feedback we should leave. From a UI perspective, that's actually pretty obnoxious. How can we get there? I mean, we could just declare war on them. We have such a positive balance here. Oh, they really hate that. Oh boy, do they hate that. I mean, I think we would make money in an immediate sense from this. We could also use this to shove goods down their throat. I think we wouldn't mind just actually making this huge, though. Is there a world where we could just do this non-militarily? We will not subvention nor tariff grain. They don't care about any of that. They don't care about any of that. We're so close to getting something done. I guess we could money transfer them, actually. I think we could also just take this by force, but I think this is just kind of cooler. And this is guaranteed accept. I think once we have the treaty port, we just have it, and so we don't need to keep this going for 25 years. Want to play Harar next and roll back to 1.9.5? Just never play past 1.9.5. Just Ethiopia forever. Is there a total conversion mod for Vic 3 you'd like to see made? I really want to see a Napoleonic mod. Someone's working on a Fallout mod, and I would be really excited if they publish that. Right now, the biggest concern is whether I should go tall or wide. I would try playing tall, just because it was way less viable before, and it's probably more interesting. Where it being good is like maybe a less important factor, you know? Almost certainly, this will be really good for us. Ooh, yikes. We are paying a lot for porcelain. Are we not receiving that much from porcelain? We're receiving a bit, but not as much as we're paying. Okay, fair. That is going to make our porcelain more profitable, but maybe we push this kind of immediately. Where do we have a lot of glassworks? Where do we have glassworks and pops? There's kind of not too many places, actually. Let's do this, maybe. I think once the trade figures its way out too, we might move and shuffle things around a little. What time is this? It's game time. I'm not sure I understand your question. This is a mod that we're playing. And so it is the Realms of Exether Fantasy Overhaul mod. Will you accept and reduce our infamy by 10? You do. This looks like fairly straightforward for us, right? Are you unrecognized? They are. These are some dwarves. Someone was asking about dwarves earlier. could also just full annex them. This will end up being a kind of a much bigger chunk of infamy. Let's do that, and then I think we do need to call ally. Do we have a front? We do have a front. Alright. We shouldn't need to call ally, actually, then. Exempt these guys from service and also improve relations with them. It's in 1198 after what? I can't remember the start date. Here's where our technology is at this point in time, which will give you kind of an idea how far into the game we are. We started out reasonably strong powers, so we should be ahead of the curve technologically speaking. But this is where we're at. So, still tier 2 with a lot of these techs, although there are a lot more techs as well. So it's maybe not the ideal indicator. 5% mappy? Okay, well. We'll do that one next. I think this is a bad capital, but I think now we're married to it. Let's go up to EOS on that. What are we trading here? What's our trade look like? We are exporting wood, but just softwood. So that implies that we could be using a lot more hardwood here. I wish this only showed the buildings we could change the PMs on. I don't recognize the names of these places well enough. Oh, okay. Yeah. To know which ones we should upgrade and which ones we shouldn't, unfortunately. Let's do something like that. Take a look at our trade. This should go down. We're exporting a lot of porcelain, glass. That's kind of the stuff we want to be exporting. We have an advantage in the production of glass. These guys maybe just back down, hopefully. Bueller. Yeah, this place cannot employ up. Yeah. Something like this. So we just made a big deal with the ULAG Authority. I'm not sure we have to help them, but we could get an obligation from them here. Which seems kind of good. Let's wait and see if anyone else is joining here. Actually, nobody has interest, so... let's move those guys over. Let's take a look at our trade again. Importing a lot of fish. We generally kind of like fish industries, so maybe we can increase some of these. They do look a little bit different in this mod, just generally, because there's a lot of different ones. Whip. Okay. I see you. I think we could start turning on labor-saving PMs. We're seeing that we have a few places with a ton of peasants, but in the aggregate, I think that we don't have a lot of peasants, so... I think we also turn on labor-saving PMs. Actually, while we're at it, why don't we take a look at every fish place that we can. Make sure there's one, at least one, and then put them all on auto-expand. Something like this. Alright, so... Oh, we're already on water tube there. Fair enough. Let's turn on water tube there, there. Can't use water tube. Is it exclusive with? Alright. You know what's fun? Fighting a war against Great Britain when they have ironclads and you don't. I fucking love it. I love that Navy actually matters now. What do you mean Navy matters? I'm with it. You mean I can't just build 100 stack and run over them with my wooden boats like before? No way. I don't know if we need to do rail transport on these, but... Yeah, that needs to be a split PM. The microing the wood is kind of obnoxious, but it is what it is. We could subsidize all the trade centers. Trade centers seem finicky or like strange. I'm not sure if we're supposed to sub them or not. Did we move over the fish? Without putting on... Yeah, there's auto expand. Alright. Losing quite a bit of money here. Looks like we're overall making money from the Diplo Pact. What is so expensive for us? Military goods are real expensive, actually. Or military wages. Goods for military buildings as well. A lot of small arms. Military wages. And yet... But yeah, not having rifles, that's fair, I suppose. Whoever says Navy doesn't matter is wrong. It didn't matter before. It's a patch where it starts to matter. If you just press domestic flag in the building tab, it will only show the ones you change PMs on. Am I just blind? I am just blind. I have a dream, it's called Liberty, Fraternity, Curiosity. I think the war improvements are probably the most underrated change the patch has made. Wars feel a lot less cheesy now. Yeah, the AI is a lot better. This is something we are super excited about. And something we haven't really seen people talk about that much. It's definitely a nice change. Did they leave our power block? They did. Time for us to break our alliance with them. Excuse me? Kick rocks, dog. You want to go that route. So you've elected the way of pain. I don't know if we want to go construction 3. So I think we just sit on this one. Deploy actions, whereas improve relations. Do some of this action. Let's rival everyone all around us. This is our sphere of influence. I don't think that that's necessarily correct, but... These guys formed a block. So they just got big enough to make a block, so that's... They left us and then they built a block. Terrible. I think Archon is friendly with us. Yeah, these guys aren't someone we could pull into the block, though. Who can we pull into the block? Raynor we could. Too bad we couldn't get census suffrage before this election. Ugh. You really have to delete construction? Try to keep ourselves out from under this. We're getting enough investment pool contribution that in theory should kind of be in okay shape, but our investment pool is not actually building anything. It hates it. Why do they hate it so much? We're not out of workers. But this will give them an opportunity to buy up these industries. So, as some buildings complete, we should see. Well, the investment pool. The investment pool's growing, but I guess it's growing at a good enough clip. It's just building overseas. See them add a ton of trade centers. Okay, so that kind of cleans it up for us a little bit. We do not want to... We also will be in better shape once we actually demobilize the army, so that's another thing. We could actually also push with more than one guy. Yeah, we're kind of playing with fire a little bit here, but I think we're okay. The end is indeed nigh. We get celestial permeation, which allows colonies and states with frayed veil. Not sure if we have a claim there. This is a place I think we were thinking of moving our capital. And psionic theory also... No, this isn't one of the places. Psionic theory also allows us to establish colony down here. Really slow, though. Let's see if they are done with this early. Let's improve relations with them. And they're starting to colonize too. It's like we get fast colonization on this. It's changed something in the construction sector. I built one in Transvaal and it's not employing at all. Do you have qualifications? Is that the only thing that's not employing? As far as I know, they didn't change anything that would cause that in terms of outcome. Let's see. We are getting more innovation. I think eventually we want to come off this, but we recently changed the card. Yeah. Are we... So currently we have 3.5 million of difference between our credit and the limit. So 3.5, now it's up to 3.7. I think we want to kind of watch this. Back down to 3.5. We are kind of getting close, 3.7 to bankruptcy. We're looking at our credit line and we're minusing the line from what we have. We could use the exploit to just like not have to worry about it at all, but I'd rather not use the exploit. So it looks like now it's close to 4. Looks like we're gaining. So we're gaining line of credit currently, so we're in fine enough shape. We are adding government expenses from the universities, though. So there's that. Work in progress. Where is work in progress? It's our little treaty port. I would like the buffer to grow a little bit faster, though. I think we are in the capital building up a lot of unis, so these will probably play pretty well. Could also delete construction. That feels bad, though. I'm gonna throw a couple of these at the front of the queue. Kind of threading the needle a little bit here. Maybe it's the qualifications that really play as such backward countries. Yeah, I mean, you have, so see, ethnostate plus level expectance could be the problem. Yeah, that's probably the problem. You don't have the qualifications because you need to be above like 60 acceptance level or whatever to employ up in government buildings for the higher tier qualifications. So, for example, laborers you can employ, but I think like clerks and bureaucrats, at least in vanilla there's no artificers, clerks and bureaucrats, you might need people who are accepted pops, and you have very little accepted pops in Transvaal. I really love Teleferat. Can you tell me though, did you form the Star Shimmer? How did you form the Star Shimmer Federation? It's a formable for the country. The Dusk Horizon. Hey man, I love your content. I just want to say, I would love an updated tutorial after 1.9. Yeah, people have been asking about this. I want to like get my thoughts like all together. The thing is like, what I want to do, I just can't do because it's too long a tutorial. Because everything connects. And I gotta break it up somehow, like all the changes, but they're all like interconnected. And like I've taken a look at it, and it'd be like a 2+ hour tutorial, and plus I'm not entirely sure of all my opinions on these things yet. So, what is this war over? But yeah, that's definitely something that people have been asking for to some extent. The Demonian Empire, why are they getting involved here? I mean, we don't really care if... I mean, we kind of don't want Zik autonomy to be increased. It's maybe not that big an issue. If we fight Demonian Empire, that gets rid of our agreement with them, so I think we don't want to do that. What's the credit exploit? So your the amount of credit you can run is actually capped, and it's capped like I forget if it's a percentage, but you can only go so far above 52 million, and then even if you're running a negative balance, you don't accrue more credit. And so what you do is, since your line of credit is informed by your GDP, you turn down all of your PMs to lower levels, crater your GDP, like lower our GDP to 20 million, which would decrease our credit limit from like 52 million to like 40 million, and then we turn all the PMs back up. And in this way, we would get like 8 million free money. If that makes sense. Because there's a cap, when we turn this down, our credit limit down to 42 million, let's say the cap is 45 million, and then we turn our PMs back up and get back to 54 million, we would be at 45 million credit instead of like 55 million or what have you. It's formable, but you start in a trade federation and you can't subjugate the other members, the formation needed for the formable. I think we kicked him out, or we exited our like defensive pact or whatever we started with them. I feel you maybe someday, yeah. It's definitely on the list. It's something I'm gonna take a look at. I'm probably gonna do one more run and then try and tackle those types of tutorials, I think. A lot of peasants there. Regional HQ, I don't remember allowing this. Who has investment rights in us? I don't think we're laissez-faire, so we can scoop those up. Was this a regional HQ that they gave someone else and we just inherited it? No, not like this. It's a cancer. Who owns this? I'm so... how do I figure... I, like... This is foreign ownership, is it not? Am I just stupid? I'm probably stupid. This is probably actually us. I don't remember having that company, though. We don't have that company. But they're the same color as us. It's Journey End, right? Okay. Chat's probably just yelling at me. I'm definitely not giving these guys stuff. Can you explain what this mod is about? It's a fantasy overhaul mod for Victoria 3 that kind of features, or what I really like about it is there's like multiple tracks of producing stuff, so you can go magic-y or industrially, and both are good, which makes specializing in either one change things up a bit for you. Did you conquer a state that already had a regional HQ? We incorporated it, yeah. Someone just spamming in chat? Alright, we're gonna time you out. So, this is something that I've heard people complain about, that it's really hard to get rid of these. So, tooling workshops, tooling, logging, crystal orchards, trade centers. If we nationalize all these... The problem is that these aren't foreign owners. It's these guys, right? I don't know if we could afford 4.5 million. Looks like we could barely afford it. Nope, that didn't get rid of them. It cannot be removed. It's metastasized. No. I think we'll have to whack-a-mole all of these ourselves. God, that's obnoxious. Doesn't conquering delete regional HQs? It does not. Is Treaty Port OP? They're good. They give huge dissonance, but other than that, is there any reason to get one on a nation like Qing Japan? It gets rid of the... They don't tariff the stuff that's going in and out, or subvention it. And so you can feed goods to yourself. It also gives you a trade advantage, and so you can sort of feed goods to yourself and then give yourself trade advantage on both sides of the trade. And it allows you to, like, hoover out the goods from a market much, much better. But I do think it has to be, like, a big market for it to be worth it. But I think it's good on China. Probably good on Japan. You have to manually go through the own buildings, the regional HQs, to get rid of it? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. You have to nationalize every single one. Yeah. We don't have enough buffer to do that. So we're gonna have to wait. Actually, we are going to need to... Well, do something like that. Are we gonna... Oh, we can't do this survey right now. Survey's gonna kill us. Oh, we can't cancel it. Ah! Not like this. I think we're okay. Just barely. Yeah, just barely. Do you even have the money? No, we don't have the money. We had the money, but we nationalized all from a country instead of from the regional HQ. So now we don't have enough money. We have to wait until we build up some money, and then try and get rid of the regional HQ. How bad is this regional HQ for us, though? Even so, we don't like that it controls the trade centers. That's kind of the most annoying part. Do we hate that it controls the logging camps, though? So here's the thing. For this logging camp, they're running a positive balance, right? And what percentage of the value of this logging camp is really in this balance? Well, it's not a lot. A lot of it's actually just going to wages. So to wages, this is maybe like 15% of the building, and then on top of that, the reinvestment rate on the capitalist is only like 30%. Well, not only, but 30% reinvestment means that when we nationalize this, the portion of the building that we're getting is just actually kind of small. The thing is we want to get rid of the regional HQ. Or do we? I mean, it's giving us more throughput, too. Actually, mathematically, this might be good for us. So it's decreasing our reinvestment, sure. It's stimulating our economy. But we're paying for it is the issue. We paid for the construction of other people's buildings. And we are losing out on 30% of the weekly balance portion. Which isn't a lot. Let's call it 33%, so call it 500 of the balance. Just getting transferred back. But honestly, the extra throughput might even cover that. And we just get to extract through tax from the capitalists that are in here. Right? How much are you paying in taxes, though? Not a lot. Paying a bit in consumption tax. But this is 70% effectively of their income. We're giving up 30%. We could say like 100 is getting sent back. And we're extracting quite a bit less than 100. It is stimulating the economy though, but yeah, I do think we want to get rid of the regional HQ. This is something we've been thinking. We've been thinking through the math on like some of this like fractured ownerships type stuff, which makes a big difference now because. But if we got onto a different tax system, we might be net positive even by having the regional HQ. I don't think we are, but it's a possibility. That's nice. I think we're net positive here. Yeah, we are. 0.6 million, 600k. I think we were like 300k before. Is the mod updated for 1.9? I mean, we're on 1.9 and it's running. You have to be super proactive when taking states to make it as easy as possible. Man, that sucks. Yeah. It's fine until you run out of pops. Yeah, I mean, they're buying buildings at a massive rate here. Because this is actually what we're spending our construction on, so maybe we shouldn't spend construction on those types of buildings until we get rid of it. Do we even have lead? I'm not sure we even have lead. We do. Although, what proportion of the inputs is lead even? It's got all this random stuff in here. Wish stones are a huge portion of the input. I suppose lead is still a big chunk though. Yeah, like, each instance of us taking over one of these buildings is probably actually not worth it. It's just us having gotten rid of this, I think, is worth it. Hey Ivor, how's it going? Currently laying a wooden plank on 2,000 square foot island somewhere. Life is good. Well, that does sound like a good time. If the weather's nice. Yeah, so now we're at like 1.5 million. It'd be a little bit different if they had a prestige good, but they don't. But it's not like way different. The thing we really don't like them owning is the trade centers. Please tell me we can... Okay. We can't distinguish between which company it is kind of brutal. We're in a positive balance now, so we should have enough money soon to nationalize all of it. Can't go for corporate state here. I think we would prefer protectionism. Maybe not. Maybe we don't need to import stuff. We definitely want to get onto one of these. Do we want prop? Prop's just easier to get onto. And maybe just by virtue of being easier to get onto, that's good enough for us. Let's take a look at graduated. Whoa, Pops is pissed. Luckily, we're almost done with this survey. We're running negative bureaucracy from probably antagonizing the, whatchamacallums. Bureaucrats. Is it in one of these where we have a unique thing that we could build? I should have read more carefully what state that was in. Or was it in one of our subjects? That seems not even really that worth it. Do we want mage political strength? Oh, let's just engage with the flavor. So we want to annex this guy to be able to do this stuff. $70 a day, 60 at night, weather's perfect. That does sound pretty nice. Number one GP still on Mercantilism. We have not been very legitimate. Also, what are the unique ELVEN things? Arcana cards, tech, magic shit? Yeah, it's mainly, what we're getting is mainly just tech. Tech speed right now. Oh, forgot we have to UI through here. Extra innovation, mandate progress. We're probably slotting this out soon. Technology research. So, faster techs. I'm still not 100% sure we want to get rid of the regional HQ. I do think that we do. I don't think we can get rid of this many. I don't think we have enough money yet to get rid of all the levels, though. Just like 2 million. Currently. Do this with that. Did you see our auto queue starting to pick up a little bit of slack here? Are they actually trying to land us? That's super cute. Our investment pool is growing. Curious. Which stone reefs are getting produced here? I think this is overseas. Yeah, it is. What does this even do? Can we build a bitch if we do this? Oh, they really need dyes. Dyes don't have a terrible PM. You want to send us anything? You want to send us clippers or fruit? Could abide by receiving some tools, I think. I think we'd like to send Cloud Silver, but we don't get much for it. Say we will not subvention. Relics. We will not subvention. Softwood. Looks like we're not going to be able to get there unless we pay them money. Let's just keep it for now, because I think that we don't have good relations with them even yet anyways. Yeah, we're kind of close to plus 50. Once we get to plus 50, things will be easier. Well, let's just take the enactment chance. Mercantilism's pretty good. Import everything through treaties, export to the world market. Yeah, this does seem fine too. This guy gets clapped by Demonia. Maps looks like flipped Cyrodiil, that being Elvish land is curious to sack. I don't know the reference. Is that Dwarvish land in the alternate fantasy thing? We do want to accumulate some infamy here. Wow, we don't have a truce with this guy? Crazy. Oh, they're huge though. It's not too bad. Isn't too bad either. Insignificant. Half elves. A lot of infamy. A lot of pops. We don't want to get tangled up in some big ass war. Just want to pick on someone who deserves to be colonized. I guess we'll wait for our interest to go in and see if we can annex anyone kind of in this northern areas. Elder Scrolls? Ah, yeah, we haven't played Elder Scrolls. No hablo Espanol or Portuguese. English only, please, Mateo, because I can't moderate not in English. I lack the technology. Do know there's a lot of resources up there. This will give us interest up there as well. We're starting to make money. We have 3 million surplus, so probably pretty close or already at the point where we can go for oh my god, I'm super blanking. For getting rid of this regional HQ. Which keeps getting bigger. Yikes. Oh. Let's wait until we have 5 million buffer. Nosotros, I might have to time this guy out if he doesn't know any English. I don't know any Portuguese or Italian. Definitely not enough to moderate. I don't know if he's describing how to build a thing that goes boom, for example. Does this just not have a guy pushing? It doesn't. That is exactly what it is. So now we can start building that one thing, but I think there's going to be a bunch of turmoil there, so that's not going to work for us immediately. His stream title is in Italian and he's confused. Bastardo. Pretty sure that is a, pretty sure that's a curse word. I have a sneaking suspicion. Yeah, you guys already bopped him. Mamma mia, indeed. Oh, we didn't want to finish that. That's fine, though. That wasn't ahead of time research. We still have rifling yet to go. Feminism's gonna be okay. So now we need the steamers. I even checked to see if the airships produce steamers. I wish there was a way to sort by stuff that could change that you haven't cleared the question mark thing out of yet. Yeah. I think we got all the fish stuff. Or no, we didn't hit trade centers. Trade centers get PM from Gantry Canes, no? Maybe it got moved in the mod. Could have sworn that they did. Oh no, it's the next one. It's the next tier of the thing. Timed him out after saying that, not a bad. Perfect. That's what I was gonna do. Feel like if I played this mod, I wouldn't get anything done for days. It's definitely super interesting. I'm a fan. Do we have 5 million in surplus yet? No, we're really close though. Then we will get rid of the regional HQ. The soldier's disease, my favorite. Interesting opportunity here. What's this over? New Cussite leadership. I would love this. Oh, Jesus. It's not even that expensive. I think we are actually just supposed to declare our own war, though, if we do that. Ah, we can't declare our own war. Or can we? Wait. No, we can if it's just for... Can we not? For protectorate? Oh, we would have to declare neutrality. In this. But yeah, I think we would want this to be our own war. If we want to subjugate them for 60. Do they have allies? They don't have allies. I think that works for us. Why are they a minor power, though? That's crazy. Oh, maybe this is a temporary thing and our war goal will get bricked. Best modern strategy game I've ever played. This one. I do like it quite a lot as far as mods for this game go. Utopian? What do you like? Yeah, fair enough. Super fine with that. Yeah, just 60. That seems crazy to me. I thought that they were a major power in the region. Yeah, everyone rivals us because we generate a ton of infamy. Yeah. And depending on if this is smooth for us, then we will nationalize the thing. We don't want to actually revoke their claims on stuff because we do want to return state. But we could put in a bunch of humiliates to make it more likely that they back down. We will see what the sways look like here. Return state? I don't think so. Although we might have a hard time landing them, actually. We might have to try and get access through one of these guys. Maybe we wait for these guys to go neutral before putting in all of our things. The World of Darkness mod for CK3 is my favorite ever. Yeah, that might be... I think that might be the best. No. We're not doing mutual investment rights with anyone. Alright, I think no one's joining against us. We'd love for these guys to declare neutrality before we put in the rest of the war goals. Looks like one of them did. Alright. And this guy sided against us, so we won't put in any... Yeah, let's put it in. Yeah, it's too expensive for that. We just hope that they back down to this, because they're fearful. There's 10 more boats, so we should be able to land this 50 stack. Back down, please. Please, sir, back down. You don't want this heat. My dear sir, you do not want... What is... You cannot... Alright. Alright, we didn't get, like, an absolutely ton of guys joining in against us, so I think we could get rid of this regional HQ. I don't even know if this is, like, correct, though, but we're gonna get rid of it. Alright. Nationalize. 9 levels. Cool. Nationalize. Privately owned levels. Owned by companies. This is way more expensive than... well... I think we'll save the tooling workshops for last, maybe. The trade centers are other... The trade centers and the crystal stuff are gonna be better. Is there a way to do this less tediously? No, we can't nationalize from here. It is interesting, though, because we would have to calculate the price of the building, but we're getting a half refund. Because we're buying it from our own pops, which changes the math. The World of Darkness mod? He means Princess of Darkness? Well, the setting is World of Darkness. Like, from the perspective of... He does mean Princess of Darkness, yes. The world setting is World of Darkness. Mod Team is crazy too. They have COM patches, don't incorporate new content. out on A1 a DLC, so you don't have to roll back. Honestly, insane. Interesting. Yeah, I know that they're a really big operation. So we nationalize like half the stuff. But this is not as expensive as it normally is because we're buying our own... paying half as much. Because our own investment pool is getting reimbursed. The UI for this is actually just awful, though. For, like, what we want to do, which is to nationalize everything out from under this building. It'd be really nice if somewhere in here we could nationalize all from the regional HQ. Alright, I do believe this gets rid of it. From what I have read. Yeah, no ownership building here. Cool. It's gone. Does kill our throughput in some spots. But now we have a bunch of buildings up for sale and 2.5 million that we added to the investment pool, so it'll drain real quick. So as these buildings complete, purchases will get made, because I think it's like a 50-50 roll to purchase or to build a new thing. I'm not sure exactly how that shakes out, but every single time we complete a building, it'll re-roll what it decides to do. So at those points, buildings that are up for sale will get purchased up. You can see this should decrease as we finish buildings, or on weeks that we finish buildings. So we finished a couple buildings there. Expect to see it dip. We're about to finish another building. Didn't dip. It is a roll, so it doesn't have to. There's the dip as the buildings kind of finish. It's still going up, though. No, what a world, what a world. We could build a bunch of trade centers to hit a bunch of rolls, though, if we wanted. Let's do that, actually. Let's build this. And this is our treaty port that has this enormous value on it. They're busy. So we should be able to push now. Hopefully when we full occupy them, we also get an opportunity to push into Archon. If not, it'll be a little bit awkward. But draining it out a little bit now. It's still increasing. We'll get it drained eventually. I don't think we're so low that we won't. And the fact that we need government admin is perfect, because it's a good way to drain it. I think maybe we try and land up here once we get a front down here. Which is next roll. Love to decrease our infantry by 10. Perfect. So now we have a front. Can we put one of these guys on offense? See if Archon moves. It doesn't look like they're moving. It's a bit unfortunate. We really want them to assign to this front. They're going to defend their HQ instead. Or we'll see what they do. They're not defending their HQ currently, so... As 1956's Piedmont, I have 40 infantries and my pops are consuming double prestige goods, small arms, so I generate around 5,000 to 6,000 amount of pop consuming. You mean in 1856? Is it better to build one big trade center or just build them everywhere? It depends on what you're doing with your economy. If you're like pushing economies of scale in one location and that's like where all your industry is and it's like unbalanced in terms of buy and sell orders locally, then yeah, you want to build them all in like one place. Basically the idea is this isn't exactly something that's easy to look at, but the bigger price deviations you have from market price in a location, generally speaking, the better trade centers will be there. And this will change depending on what you do. If you like choose to build complete vertical integration, like you build the iron miners in one place and then you build the steel there, the tools there, the logging camps there, and it's all, you keep a perfectly balanced buy and sell orders and like this type of thing, perfectly balanced with like the prices you have on your market, it won't be the best place to build the trade centers generally, unless you're doing that with every single location. Never let them leave, ever, ever. I don't think they're gonna land us at this point. Let's try and get a cheeky land again. So our concern is that this guy just capitulates before we get to push. That is the last tier 2 of those techs, I think. I've forgotten what tech we got. Not like this. Rifling, I think? Yeah. Yep, we did get bricked. It's okay if we could get another landing in, but if we can't, it's going to be a little bit awkward. These guys are unopposed though, so... it looks like we're kind of doing okay here. I think it's just one more. What's our occupation here? Yeah, it is one more. And we get in. Little bit disappointed to see AI not really defending this very well, but they don't have a lot of troops to work with, and so that might be kind of why. We've seen the AI do a lot better overall this patch, defending against landings. You can't just zip back and forth to abuse them. If you're starting Sardinia Piedmont, typically you wind up building everything in Piedmont. Sardinia does not have enough pops, which sucks because it's a rainbow state. So you build the trade centers like a province with high population but no buildings. No, 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 no. You almost certainly do not. They won't have a lot of buy or sell orders if they have no buildings. Buildings create a ton of buy and sell orders. Yeah, so you care about the number of buy and sell orders too. Because stuff with no buildings will have warped prices. Actually, the first level or two would do a lot, but then once the trade centers kick in, then you would not be able to build a lot of trade centers. But the heuristic you're using would then go away. Like, if the heuristic you're using is, like, difference between prices relative to market price, yeah, if you have 0 buildings in place, you will have huge differences, but then as soon as you start doing some volume of trade with those things, it'll adjust pretty aggressively, and then it'll no longer have those huge differences. But at the point where you do have those huge differences, yeah, we'll be good. Gonna push steel frame in a couple spots. Where do we have steel? Gonna push it where we have steel. Oh, we just we don't believe in steel. Okay. Fair. To be fair, we don't have an enormous amount of construction sectors. We might just be able to swap them all up immediately. We're kind of running out of labor. Let's do this. Guess we have to do this for the to be able to pass the law. Okay, now we should be able to push them relatively quick. This is all one front. Where are you going, dog? Side of the front, please. We could put the 120 stack on the front, which will do the trick. I guess let's do the trick. Then we could use the 19 stack to land. I think we're still at war with someone over here. What? Finish the battle, please. No. It's not the end of the world if they push a little bit more, though, I guess. Wow, we're cruising through them pretty quick on these battles. Okay, cool. Yeah, it actually is. Time is now of the essence. We're getting decayed out here. So vanilla places like Rome and stuff, not a lot of resources, but decent amount of pops. If you build a bunch of stuff that requires inputs and then you don't have those resources immediately available, then yeah, it'll be good for putting trade centers there. But like the point is that it's like it's contingent on like what you have going on. There's no like easy and fast heuristic like where you have iron is where you build the most trade centers, because it only matters if you like build way too many iron mines for your iron demands in this state, then the trade center becomes really good. But this allows you to specialize better. So like if we built like the glassworks here up to like 40 or something like this, or like 20 to the economies of scale cap, then we'll be producing way too much glass here, which will drop the price of glass. But if the prices of glass here is really low, the trade centers trade based on local price. So that means our trade center will have a really good opportunity for profit because the price of glass is really, really low here for the purposes of being able to export it. So the difference between the world market price and the local price in this province, by virtue of stacking a ton of glass there, will be higher than it would in other provinces, and so this means it's going to be the most profitable trade opportunity. $1856 is pretty good. I already produced 1,600 pieces of small arms, and the economy only needs like 150. The rest is sold on the world market. Trade is insane. Only with PM ones. Have 0 org on every unit. I just build where there's the most trade potential. Yeah, this is probably another way to approach it that's decent. I don't know exactly how that calculation's done. I don't always trust the UI in terms of what it's telling me about things. We don't really care about humiliating some of these guys too much, so I guess if it's free, it's for me. I don't know if we actively don't want to humiliate them. I don't think that's the case. So. Let's demobilize this big fat stack. Cool. Improve relations with them. I wonder if they got humiliated and that's why they were in there. But this is our market, now expanding even more. There we go. I wonder what exactly malaria prevention gives. Can't possibly be as good. Oh, we have a lot of glass getting produced. It's in thin silver though. So that is locally to us. Incredible. Once we get a company after this, we kind of want to pick up Aridor's really good company. But I think we have to full annex them to do that. And I don't think we're anywhere near full annexing Aridor. Alright, we have 2 mandate available. So at this point we either have to decide if we want to go construction or what. Does this world have a Suez equivalent? I don't know. I don't think so. No one has trade centers, only one nation. In that case, the world market is basically the sole country. Yes, but I still think you could trade to yourself. I know self-arbitrage was a weird corner case concern for devs. Kind of like the idea of going colonial offices. But that doesn't pay out until we get to this. I guess if we're RPing the elves, maybe national or infrastructure or foreign investment makes more sense. Or research if we're like RPing our own guys, but I kind of don't like... Well, I mean, if you stack more of these bonuses, are they better? Probably not. Could also discard this innovation weekly mandate thing. I don't think it's very good for us anymore. Education access would actually improve our, what is it, our soft cap for research. The minus 10% infamy generation, that would have been useful earlier. We could maybe do that next time we're getting a big chunk of infamy. I think we're just in chill mode for a while, so maybe we just hang out. I don't feel like you could trade to yourself when you have a market. Is mappy or not? Wait, what? Trade centers don't show any trade you've done to yourself. You could trade to yourself. You could trade both sides of the market. I'm not sure we'll have an example, but we could take a look. If we have an example, it's going to be likely to be the trade center, the trade we're doing here. Where we, okay, so we are importing glass and porcelain here. The only exporter of porcelain is us. We are the only exporter of porcelain and we're importing it here. It's not into our market, it's into the ULOG market, but this is with our trade center here. Which is probably going to make this trade center just kind of be crushing. They're not doing as well as I thought. But you can have a circumstance where you have a really, really cheap price in one location and a really expensive price in another as a result of mappy. As you get more mappy, it gets harder and harder for that to be the case because the local price will make less and less of an effect on the actual price in any given state. But if you, in particular, if you have really low mappy, it's a lot easier to produce the phenomena. But like if we were producing nothing but tools in one location and nothing but iron in another, and we were on iron tools, the tools state could end up exporting tools, and iron state could end up importing it. It's easier to produce these effects if you subvention stuff too. Either one of these guys becoming our subject would be fine with us. Oh. We do not want a colonial administration, I don't think. Oh, is this a colonial company? country. Might be. We're starting to come along here. That's going to make a big difference for us. I don't think we want to do that for legitimacy reasons, but yeah. Can we get onto corporatist state yet? No, we cannot. We could get rid of a couple of these consumption taxes. Maybe. Who we invite? I mean, our PB is really strong, actually. We want to get onto corporatism here. Wow, we should have had this guy for passing the tax. They like public schools, though. Liberal movement. Who else is big? Yeah, we want to get off the magocracy stuff. If we trigger the right movement, I think we can just abdicate to get off of it, but is it really just them? Mages really hate it. How mad are the mages right now? The mages are kind of okay. Artificer Baron. They like laissez-faire. They like free trade. Artificer guilds. Can't make a legitimate government with them, though. I think they would like that swap. Maybe not. I think there's a change in the logic. I haven't seen importing and exporting of good to the same market since 1.9 or 1.92. I mean, it's not necessary. I'm not saying it's common, just that it's possible. I'd have to take a closer look, though. I bet getting luxurious Luxembourg's easy now. Yeah, it's a lot easier than it used to be. Playing anything tall and small is much easier. So basically, when late game, I and others are getting around 90 mappy, trade is going to get obsolete for common goods. It's going to get worse, or it's going to get where you build your trade centers matters less the more mappy you have, right? Because trade affects local prices. As you use less local prices and more market prices, it gets less important. Or new computer parts for the old computer was stolen. Oh, oof. That's a bummer. Excited to play 1.9. Godspeed. Are you putting the computer together? What are those Starbound traits? Starbound. Oh, what are we referring to here? What were we looking at? Or star-branded bureaucrats? Gives us more influence. I think that's a little bit better than elected. Yeah, we just actually can't change any laws. Unless we want to reduce taxes. We can reduce taxes. We can do this. We can reduce taxes. Run minus 60k. SOL will go up. but then we can, geez, we actually can't do very much. We can get the devout in, and that's it. We can invite her. But to what end? There's nothing we want to pass, yeah. The devout like monarchy. Yeah, I guess if we had... do we really have to go monarchy to get out from under this majocracy? Just like a super problem. But is it because we can't, like, get a party that makes sense, maybe? Maybe we should have gone for universal suffrage instead. I kind of don't like it as much now. The thing is mages are an ownership class too. They? Where's the mage tower? I thought they were. Yeah, I ordered the 78X3D. Gonna bottleneck a little crap out of it with a cheap graphics card until I afford a better one. I think graphics card's a problem for me. When you're checking the agitators, it's like honorable literary. Oh, checking agitators. Yeah, this. Starbrand of the Griffin. Some of these are pretty interesting. I've been watching your vids on YouTube in the meantime since I can't play. It makes sense. One of those traits are actually useful or not. They're pretty significant on a ruler. Or some of these. Extra maneuvers is a big deal. Depending on how you're playing. What's our leader like anyways here? This majocracy nonsense is hurting. We just actually can't get anything else in government that's, like, legitimate. The PB is so strong. I'm surprised the capitalists aren't stronger. And the ideology... We would need, like, more market liberals or whatever in places. The Intelligentsia being here instead of here is also a little bit weird. Or we would need, like, maybe a radical party. Maybe we could trigger that. Could go for poor laws. For approval reasons? I think we're just waiting, honestly. It feels super bad. I mean... Or we're supposed to make some pops mad and then abdicate. We want these guys to influence pressure groups so that we roll corporatist pops. What we really want is like a corporatist PB. Wow. You can get rid of that guy. We're likely to roll a radical. They prefer corporate state to the majocracy. So maybe we actually just want to get rid of our general that we... Well, it's not even that probable. We actually have a good chance of rolling a corporatist, too. Heart of the cards. It's over 50% chance to roll something good. Everyone knows that when it's over 50% chance, you get it every time. So maybe let's exile this dude. So what happens when this guy goes away is it looks like we have a 0% chance of rolling her or rolling this guy. We have 39% radical. This is acceptable. 18% corporate. This is acceptable. Jingoist. Basically nothing else is acceptable. I guess nihilist would be kind of okay. But since this is over 50% chance and we're a gamer, this means it's 100% chance. And anything other than, you know, exactly what we want will just be... we ignore how that type of stuff works. We get a radical. Perfect. Okay. We get a radical and we can't make a legitimate government. Fantastic. God damn it. Wait, what the frick? Oh, we broke everything. It's all broken. No! I mean, here we could actually get some stuff done, too. Very weak intelligentsia here. Wait, I actually can't pass a law with these guys? What the hell? Okay, there we go. See, what is this? 150 authority. This is just halfway. Cultural acceptance for lower, middle, and social class. Huh. 20 from state religion, 15 from religious traits. So this gives plus 30 to everyone? I'm a little confused exactly how this works. Minus 20 acceptance from religion. Okay, got it. It just undoes its own thing with these modifiers. I do think we want total separation. It sucks to lose out on the authority, but I think it's fine. This will also open up our ability to recruit agitators quite a bit. Okay. Why are we... Are we just barely 5%? 25%? Time for elected bureaucracy. Let the non-elves vote. Are you mad? Yes. Get a royalist PB on monarchy. Go monarchy, then go something else. Yeah, that would work as well. In terms of timing, they are GP. Yeah, that's not gonna work. We could reset our relations here. I don't think it's worth. I think we gotta lower taxes. Not sure we can afford that. Snow Peak Dominion. I mean, I think they're up here, right? We'll be researching malaria prevention. Alright. Is that what we had decided here? I think it was, that we would go colonial offices for the cheaper annexing. We could just look to release his subjects from him. Excuse me. People don't like the mages? Yeah. The ruler with minus 10 legitimacy is really bad. Does he... Is that what we're getting from traits? Certainly don't like that though, yeah. Yeah, arrogant. Well, this is actually a really bad ruler trait. Yeah, sucks that we can't actually slot in the PB after getting a radical on the PB. That's like total separation. I think he's in Gov. And I don't think they're, yeah, they are marginalized. This place finally employs up the things. Nice. Happy to get a pro-Ravik lobby. We want to play nice with them anyway. It's crazy that they care about the transit rights. Investment rights would be super nice for us, I think. +2 is not a lot. Looks like that's the only one they care about. Do you care about goods transfer though, my guy? Do you want anything? Not particularly. Would you like to send us anything? I guess it's gonna be not particularly again. Do you see a little bit here and there? That's quite a bit. Alright, so we can maybe get things done. The way that they kind of evaluate this is a little bit strange, I think, overall. We could change the amount of grain we're getting. We could agree not to tariff fabric. We don't want to give them military assistance, although they would love that. They are the military-industrial complex guys. I think we'll send. 62% chance is pretty good. Nice. So now we have investment rights in the high pop guy. So we can invest in stuff and then ship it out in here. So everything we're exporting, for example, like the sugar, we can produce more sugar over here. Although I don't think that's exactly what we want. We'll add some more. Skill issue, $10 he says the truth hurts when he reads my last comment. You're close. But if you didn't type anything after and I wasn't like on to reading the next comment, I might have said the truth hurts. The truth does hurt. That is my common response to skill issue. You got me there. The truth hurts. Rubber, cool. Yeah, mainly just kind of in chill mode here. Goods transfer is being contravened. So this is canceling our entire thing with the Demonian. Yeah, they hate this agreement too, so I guess we need to make sure that we get some more of that. I think we have a lot of pops here, so let's go for this. This would maybe even be a reasonable place for a capital, to be honest. I think we have more pop there anyway. That's kind of close. You said it, basically. Basically, they are feeding you with that 5k wheat. Yeah, I imagine our market price for wheat is, like, really collapsed here. It's not even that collapsed, just minus 24. Oh, that's because the trade centers are picking it up. Look, you can see that this is when we got that massive transfer, and then I'm assuming buy orders, trade center. Yeah, we're trading some of it away. Not a lot. I wonder why it rebounded like that. Oh, the Pop's consumption profiles must have adjusted. So I imagine as the adjustment is occurring here, because we have more orders in our market, if we look at the price of meat, meat will have the inverse effect. Or to some extent fruit. Yeah, fruit drops in price as the other one's coming up. Meat and groceries will be more observable though. Bueller, do we not have meat? What about our tasty meat? I mean, we could go and look through food security. There's meat. Yeah, you can see the meat drops in a similar way. Fish is also going to drop in a similar way. And groceries should drop in a similar way, yeah? As the consumption profile of all of our pops adjusted by virtue of there being more sell orders in the market. Because the tripled, basically, our sell orders. Or not tripled, because we already had a transfer. Yeah, okay, fair. But overall, that's going to raise SOL as well, so probably a hitch up in the SOL. How can you form the United Front when you're a subject, dog? Arleon. Got it. I think our subject has on them return state CBs. $75 million. Pretty good shape. He said the thing. Yeah, if you like hearing the truth hurts, you should check out Ben Feingold. Ben Feingold might even be streaming right now. He streams afternoons. I don't know if he streams Saturdays. I feel like he does. He is streaming right now. Oh man. We're probably going to be done soon, so we'll rate him on our way out. You will notice a lot of carryover from stuff Ben says and stuff I say, because when I was first teaching chess to kids, I watched like I was watching a lot of Ben Feingold videos at the time. And so, to some extent, like, the way I explain chess is, like, I use a lot of similar language and mannerisms and this type of thing as Ben. And then when I started streaming, like, a lot of what I did in terms of teaching chess kind of carried over into the streaming. But he'll tell you that the truth hurts. And etc. Mostly etc. Trying to think, do we have an inflection point coming in that's... So all these get frozen when this happens. Let's get rid of some of this. Maybe we import it and then send it out. Something like this. Just trying to discern how big some of these cats are based on market size. We'll give a lot of power away from the petite bourgeoisie, though, as we pass this law. Maybe that's a bad thing, because our PB is radical. Are we really not getting enough engines? Engines, I actually think, are a reasonable thing to subvent, to be honest. I think you kind of don't want to build them yourself. We just changed it. Can't change it until Ember Wave. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure if that's enough to move the needle in terms of importing them. But what does trade look like for engines even? Dorites are exporting them. Yeah, here's the... Oh no, wait, they're importing them. We are also importing a lot after we put that subvention in. Okay. And Vazi is on the other side of it, providing engines to everyone else. If we take a look at Vazi, I'd not be surprised to see them have an engine company. Would you look at that engine company? Company with engines. These are the industrial boyos. Lots of the best companies have engines on them, though. Yeah, that's fair enough point. If you have them, it's probably... Actually, it might even be the case that even if you have them, what you want is you want to get investment rights and then import your own engines that you're producing. These guys just want us to transfer them some ice. I think we'll say nah. In theory, if our ice is cheap and theirs is expensive, that's actually fine for us, but... Saying nah, because we kind of don't want to take the time to check. That feels like a lot of things. Potions are used in so many different spots. Having an advantage in potions seems good. I think that's one of the most efficient steam donkeys. We won't turn on all of the steam donkeys. Hmm. I think we like the blubber, so we don't want to decrease it. There we go. Oh, yikes, that's a lot of construction. Can you afford all that? Attica becomes a good state for you to yoink the dispatch just so you can build Koopas. Do we really like Koopas way better than generic tools? I was feeling like generic tools was pretty solid. I think we're gonna wrap up here, because I don't think there's anything on the horizon in the immediate future that we are, like, being rewarded with or something like this. The researching of mutual funds, I suppose. But we'll have, next time, we'll have this new company coming in. Kind of got a little bit done today, mainly just the big fight with Thral. Also with Aridor, which is pretty substantive. I think, in theory, we can go after these guys and try and pull them into our market instead. Or into our lobby. So maybe we actually want to, yeah, do stuff like give them trade privileges and try and get stuff from them. Like Power Block Embassy. Because if we could pull these guys in, that would significantly weak Aridor. I think. Pretty significantly. I think that they have a trade block. There it is. Oh, if we had more members also, we would be able to just add on. Actually, we want more members so we can add on this. This requires 10 members and you to be relatively high, so. Tools, guns, cannons. Yeah, add on non-prestige steel. And bonus to army offense versus tools, motor, add on iron. Well, the thing is there's iron everywhere. I think Koopas is way better. But doesn't Koopas not have prestige tools? And generic does? That was the big distinction. I could be misremembering, but I think that there's a substantive amount of throughput on prestige tools, like in total. It's not a lot of throughput on any one particular industry, but it's a lot on like every single mine. Mines are really good. It has prestige tools? Okay, I take it all back then. I thought it didn't have prestige tools. I think there's going to be sometimes instances where Koopas isn't as good, but that's when you already have coverage on their industries, not as a result of their industries being not so good. But and they can add on automotive. Yeah, I thought they didn't have prestige tools. That's my bad then. put that in there. But I think we'll raid Ben Feingold if you guys want to see the truth hurting. He's playing chess. He's a grandmaster. Although, at this point, he's not as grand as he used to be. He's a little past his prime. But we will raid with the Twitch viewers, and then we will link to the YouTubers, Ben Feingold, if you guys wanted to check him out. Anyways, thank you for coming out, everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed. You're wrong about the iron? Yeah. But, no, if it has prestige tools, then it's, I think it's probably better in most circumstances. But anyways, bye-bye, everyone. We'll say bye-bye to the YouTubers, and then we will raid with the Twitchers. Raid now.